Hello, chat. Hello. Sorry, I was cleaning up. I had, like, everything has been off kilter today. Let me get things situated. What in the world's going on? Okay. Why is my YouTube dashboard saying that I'm not getting enough stuff? Not getting enough video upload. I don't know what YouTube wants from me. I don't know what it is YouTube wants from me. Today might be a long stream. Today might be a short stream. We'll see how it runs. I've been meaning to do a midday stream for a while now. We'll see if people show up and if anybody wants to be here. See, there are some people watching over on the Twitch side. So welcome to all of you over there. Let me post in all the places that I'm live. Okay. Hey, country girl. Well, I don't know if you remember, but originally I had planned. Hello, LeMay. Originally I had planned in this time slot today to be running a D&D session. That was the plan. I was going to be running a D&D session today, using the testing out the Get in the Robot or Getter homebrew system that turns D&D 5e into a mech game. I was going to be testing that out today with 3 players, and we were going to run through a one-shot. I wasn't entirely ready for it, but I was ready enough that I was sure I could pull it off. You just on your lunch break at work? Oh, nice. I'm glad you decided to hop in. I'm glad you decided to hop in. It's nice to see you. If anyone watching would be willing to like the stream, it helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people. I know this is an odd time than what I'm used to doing. Yeah, but so I've been planning this for like a month to have this stream today. You were the first like, country girl. You were the first like. I'd been planning to have this stream for over a month now, and then there was a whole thing where last week one of my players had a IRL emergency and couldn't make it, so we postponed to this week. And then this week, the other 2 players were just not feeling well and not available at all for the session. And it's like the ultimate BBEG of tabletop role-playing games scheduling. And I thought, since I told people that I was going to be streaming today, and like people told me they were going to come, they were like, yeah, we'll be there. I was like, I didn't want to just not have a stream and have people show up and me not be here. You know? Give me a second. Because I am just getting started. Like, I just woke up. I ate something real quick to take my meds, and I was still hungry. So I booted up the oven so I could throw some vegan nuggies in the oven. Let me get my... Okay. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Okay, let me get this started. Let me post and let people know that I'm live. Okay. Do. Let me just make a post on Blue Sky Social. Okay. Okay. Do. Cauliflower cheese soup. That sounds amazing, country girl. You know what's funny? Like, of all the things that have really had a glow up in the more recent years, I gotta say cauliflower has been the one. Like, it used to just be like, just kind of like worse broccoli, but like people have found so many other ways to cook it. Like, cauliflower has just been has such a glow up, like as a culinary tool, right? All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back, and then we'll get started. Okay. All right. I got the music. Excuse me. Got. Oh, excuse me. Let me turn up the music a little bit. I turned down the music because the EDM playlist last night was so loud. Oh, it's too loud. There we go. All right, there we go. Got the music a little bit more chill. All right. Let me post all the places that I'm live. Thank you, country girl. It was good to see you. I hope you have a great day at work. Hey, I'm just glad you stopped by. Country girl, I want you to know that I value you. You are a wonderful member of this community. You are a valuable, worthwhile, and important person, and you make this world a better place. I hope you have a great day at work, country girl. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate you for stopping by. Okay. Let me get... Okay. Okay. I got distracted because I'm supposed to be posting that I am live. There you go, self-promotion. There we go. Alright, Okay. Let's get rolling. I've posted places that I'm live. I know this is a little bit earlier than usual. Let me do a... Got the holiday playlist bumping because we're coming into the holiday season. And I thought I'd change things up a little bit. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's bump this. All right. So how's everyone doing in the like 12 hours since I last saw everybody? No, it's been like last I saw everybody was like after midnight. So it's been 16 hours since the last time I had a stream. I'm going to be burnt out later, and I'm supposed to play Lancer later, which is going to be exhausting. Okay. Got that going, and then let me grab... Open Office so I can do some writing. Okay, switch over to just chatting. All right, everybody. Got my nuggies are in the oven. Once those pop out and I eat those, we're going to get started. And we'll see how far I get. We'll see how far I get today. I just didn't want to cancel and then have people show up and then there be no stream, you know? Because people said that they were looking forward to today's stream. But I guess stuff happened and people couldn't make it. Or maybe they're here and they're lurking. I don't know. I never want people to feel like they're obligated to interact. And it's really funny because, like, if I was doing the D&D stream right now, I have a scene set for that where there is no chat and no notifications, where I would just straight up be like, listen, I'm in the zone, I'm doing this and all that. I saw one thing the other day where, like, this person made this post where they're like, you're not an entertainer, you're a DM, and they were reacting to some Twitter or Tumblr post or something, where someone was saying that they think their DM gave up being a DM because of a problem player. And I was like, okay, let me see what this means. And it's like, and it was talking about this group that, like, had a DM that they all despised, so they got rid of him, and then they started holding tryouts for another DM for their group. Somebody came along, put in a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of effort, and almost everybody in the group liked them and wanted them to come back and be the DM. And there was one player who, like, apparently had been on, like, in games with, like, professional DMs, like actual play stuff and, like, actual, like, performance level things, and had these, like, super high standards, and was like, I don't want this person to be my DM. And I couldn't even get all the way through the video because the person was talking about how, like, oh, this is what's wrong with modern D&D and extrapolating this whole thing. And I'm like, problem players with extreme expectations on DMs have always been a problem in D&D and TTRPGs. And it frustrates me when I see people talk about, this is what's wrong with modern D&D, modern tabletop role-playing games, blah. I'm like, that's not, it's not helpful. Like, yes, we do need to have more, we do need to lower the skill floor for DMs. We need to make sure we're encouraging people to really sink their teeth into my nuggies are done. I'll be right back, chat. All right, chat, I'm back. I got my nuggies and my salsa. Got some nuggies and salsa. Gonna munch on these for a little bit. Okay, so what I have planned for today. I don't know how far we're going to get. Don't know how much energy I have because I was really tired. I was honestly kind of relieved when we didn't have the session today. Because I was tired and I wasn't fully prepared for it. But you think I would be because it's been over a month, right? But as for what I was talking about earlier with the whole thing, where like some of the older crowd talk about like how we put too much emphasis on what the DM has to do. How D&D doesn't need to be an actual play. D&D doesn't need to be a big story-based experience. I've even seen some people say that like DMing should be boiled down to be something that like a bright teenager could do, and I'm like, to a certain extent it is. Like, it's even at its most narrative, right? Like, I would argue that like the war game mechanics are more complicated than the storytelling mechanics that you see in than the storytelling stuff that you see in modern D&D. Like, how old were you when the first time you played Pretend, right? Because that's all it is. That's all any TTRPG is. It's playing Pretend with rules to determine what happens. That's one of the things, though. It's so inspiring to see. Excuse me. That guy who does D&D with his 7-year-old kid, and his kid has like little advice or little snippets of stuff, and people are like, a kid couldn't say that. I'm like, oh, have you never like really talked to a bright kid? Anyway. I've eaten. Give me a second to put my plate back in the sink. And we will get started with tonight's stream. Well, today's stream, rather. It's not a tonight, it's a today. Chat, I'll be real. I am so tired. Like last night, I was supposed to either A, go to bed early so I could be awake early to do all final prep for today's stream, or B, stay up late and do final prep for today's stream, right? And I went with C and did neither. I started looking up stuff online to watch when I was trying to unwind when I was stressing out. And I found this video of the Honkai Star Rail English voice actors reacting to the Honkai Star Rail like 1-year concert that happened like 4 months ago. And I was like, oh, this is cool. And I started watching it. It was so exciting. Their excitement was so palpable. It was so entertaining. It was such a great concert, and then to have their reaction, it was like being there with them, right? And like that was like a 2-hour video, and I sat through and watched that entire thing, and then I was like, oh, I need to go to bed, because it was like, by the time I finished, it was like 8 a.m., 9 a.m., and I'm like, well, gotta get some rest, so I went to sleep. Then I woke up around like 2:30-ish. Like, I woke up a few times in the middle, but then I would usually just go back to bed. But like the last one, I woke up at like 2:30, and I saw, oh, 2 players said they couldn't make it, and I didn't want to cancel and just not have stream. Anyway, chat. Let's see if I can't, like, I've eaten, I've taken my meds, I've drinking water. Let's see how far I can get through tonight. Through today. Okay, chat. Got a little bit of a different music playlist pumping than normal. Got the holiday playlist pumping. All right. Oh, Van, I love it. I love it. Don't fumble the bag. Don't fumble the bag. Love it. I love it. If I would fumble instead of not drawing a card, but then you immediately draw a card. Mwahaha. I love it. It's funny. I was talking to one of my friends last night about the stream, and one of my friends had been like, yo, someone's going to get gorsed. You know, and talking about like what gores means for the card game. And I was like, just so you know, I'll put an interaction in for you in the last turn of the game I outlined, where someone goes to swing game and the other player drops down drops down a the mirror, the magical wall or whatever, in order to block the attack. I was like, I did it just for you. Yeah. Hey, Captain Kraken. Good to see you. Coming in with the sneak attack. Yeah. Yeah. Coming in with the sneak attack of doom. I'm doing all right. I was originally supposed to be, I don't know if you were here when I said this, but originally I'd intended for today's stream to be a special D&D stream. I was going to be streaming, doing a D&D session. But I stayed up super late last night, and I was really tired today, but I was like, okay, I'm going to make it work. And then whenever I woke up an hour before stream was supposed to start, I just saw I had a message from 2 of my players that were like, they weren't feeling well. They're like, yeah, can't do it. And I'm like, well, 1 player I could compensate for. 2 players, that means I just have 1 player, because I only have 3 players in the D&D group. I only have 2 players in the 3 players in the D&D group. So having 2 of my 3 players being out of the game, I'm just like, yeah. Yeah, I hope they feel better too. It's just funny because this is the second time we've had to postpone. This is the second time we've had to postpone. So it's kind of frustrating. Well, I can't share some of the stuff I've been working on. Oh my gosh, I'm cooked, chat. I don't know. Maybe I'll just end stream now and go take a nap. Oh my gosh, it's so much earlier than I'm used to doing stream. But I kept talking about wanting to do a daytime stream. So I was like, maybe we'll see if this works, you know? Maybe this'll cook. But it is not cooking, chat. Maybe I'll take a 5-minute break before we get started and just like lay down for like 5 minutes. Oh my gosh, Captain Kraken, what do I do? I normally sleep during the day, so I'd normally be asleep right now. I normally wouldn't wake up for like 4 hours. Maybe I'll wake up as I get going. Go jump in an ice bath. Look at you being the agent of chaos over there. Look at you being that agent of chaos. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go wash my face splash my face with some cool water. You being over here being chaotic and all that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go splash some cold water on my face to try to perk myself up and see if I can't get this scene written. I want to get this scene written while it's still fresh in my head. So I will be right back. I'm going to the intermission screen real quick, okay? I'm going to be right back. Okay. All right, I'm back. I had to wash my face, lay down for a couple minutes, get my bearings, pull myself back together. Let's see if there's anybody still here watching. Is anybody here? Is anybody watching? Did I lose everybody? Did I lose everybody, chat? Okay. Wash my face. So I gotta ask, like, okay, chat, I gotta ask, throwing this out there. Am I the only one who does this? Like, whenever I would, like, go to the bathroom, right? Especially in, like, a public bathroom, as soon as the door was closed, I would look in the mirror and strike a fighting pose. Like, Henshin! It's morphin' time! Back in action! Like, so many times, I'm so used to seeing so many times that trope of someone going into the bathroom, and then as soon as the door closes and the coast is clear, they transform and go off to go save the world. And so, like, now, anytime I go into the bathroom, I'm like, let's go! It is so silly. It is so ridiculous, but I love it. I love it. I love it, chat. Oh my gosh. See, it's funny. I had the chance to go get some groceries today. Like, one of my friends was like, hey, you know, we're doing things, we get groceries from the food box from church. And I was like, oh, but I got this thing. I got this D&D session I'm running, so I can't go. And they're like, oh, okay. And then I just laid down and went to sleep. And then I woke up and it's like, I guess there's not D&D today. But I do have Lancer later tonight. I want to at least try this. But I don't even know where to start. You know what, chat? We're just going to call this a failed experiment. I I have a headache. I wanted to push through, but I'm just gonna say, you know what? This is a wash. Because I don't really have anybody here watching. I've got a few views. I've had a few views of people coming through. I got an ad running. Why don't at least let the ad run? And I have someone watching on Twitch. I have people watching. This is why it's dangerous to have your view numbers available. Okay. 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 Let's try. Okay. I'm distracted. We're just gonna go for it. We're just gonna throw it back. We're just gonna go all in, chat. We're just gonna go all in. We're just gonna go all in. Let's go. Let's just go. Let's just go, chat. Oh, I don't need that. Why do I have that? That is not what I wanted to have happen. Close that. Have that open there with all the game rules. Okay, and then we are starting with boop. Photo test game. Let's try this. Let me look something up real quick. So brown eyes are dominant. Okay. I want to practice writing in present tense because I like that more. Mm. Hey, Violet. Yeah, I don't know if you saw the description. Two of my players were not feeling well. Sorry. I woke up. So the stream was supposed to start at 3:30. I woke up to start getting ready for stream at like 2:30, and I saw I had messages from two of my players. Two of the three players, like one person missing, I theoretically made that work, right? Which is why we could have done it last week when we only had one player missing, but I was like, we'll just postpone 1 week, and then have everybody. And then this week, I had two players out, and it wasn't even an option. Violet, I'm sorry. I know you were looking forward to it. But it is not canceled because it's still something. It's still something that I want to do. Which I guess this kind of works out because I wasn't fully prepared for it. I've been in this TCG headspace recently, so like I wasn't fully prepared for the stream anyway. So it kind of worked out, but I was like, you know what? Let's just do this. I know you and I think a couple other people said they were interested in coming to the stream, and since it was such short notice, I didn't want people to show up to the stream and then not there not be a stream here. So I was like, you know what, I might as well try to make this earlier in the day stream happen, you know? So what I'm working on right now is I'm trying to write essentially a first chapter of a story that is based on the battle that I outlined. I outlined a card game battle last night, and I'm trying to write a scene around that battle in order to figure out how to write card game combat in like a novel. Last night, I outlined the cards that were being played, their effects, and I outlined the cards, the effects, and what was going to happen turn by turn. So, I have no idea, Violet. Like, okay. So, I don't know if you were here for the last couple of streams, but there was this thing. I was talking to one of my friends, and they were like, oh, I'll put that on my to-do list. But instead of writing TO-DO for to-do list, right? They wrote TODO. And my brain went, what's a Toto list? Right? And then I realized, oh, it's to-do list. And I was like, Toto list, like Toto the name. Who's Toto? And then I was like, what if there was a person who made corny dad jokes and his name was Toto, and he was like, every time someone told him to do something, he'd be like, I'll put that on my Toto list, which is my list of things to do. And then I kind of just spiraled outward from there, and I'd been thinking that I wanted to do a card game story at some point, right? And I was like, if I do another story, I want it to feature not just one, but all of the things I like. So I want superheroes, I want magical girls, I want idols, I want giant robots. So then I was like, how do I feature all of those things in one story with a corny dad joke protagonist, right? And then I was like, what if I take that idea I've been kicking around, I do a card game story. So then there are different decks with different themes. And the entire idea just spiraled outward from there. And I based a lot of it on the rules from Perfect Draw, a TTRPG that has a TCG based combat system. Perfect Draw is a TTRPG based around playing through a TCG story. And I was like, what if I took the rules of Perfect Draw? Because Perfect Draw's combat rules are very truncated and simplistic. And they're designed to mimic a card game without having all of the minutia, all of the minutia and the specifics and the little bits and pieces and nuts and bolts of a card game, while still having enough to be like close to it. So then I was like, what if I take this super generic and simplified version of a card game rules and I turn it into an actual card game? So I spent like a whole day kicking around rules and modifying the rule set in order to create a functional thank you, Violet. And I created this whole rule set around stuff, and I talked to some people to get some advice and some input from people. And like, I'm not sure if the rule set is functional enough to be like, this is the next Yu-Gi-Oh! Or anything like that. But I think it is functional enough for me to use for a story. And then last night on stream, I did a whole thing where I planned out the main character's deck using the card creation rules from Perfect Draw. And then I planned out and outlined a combat. That would be a combat between two of my main characters, the primary main character, Toto, and his son, Arkin. It's been a wild ride. I probably need to like pass out at some point. So I outlined this whole thing, and I was kind of coming up with, I had an idea for what I wanted Arkin's cards to do, but I was coming up with Arkin's cards as plot required. Which I don't know how to feel about that, but I think it came out pretty well. It came out to 6 turns of combat. It took me a few hours to plan out those 6 turns of combat, but now I'm taking that outline and I'm turning that into a story. Mm. Also, when I was planning out the names of the characters, I planned out the names of the characters and like the name meanings and had like the origins and the meanings of the character's name be references to like what they mean in the story or like what they're going to do, what kind of deck they're going to run. So, for instance, the main character, Toto, all right, Violet. Well, I'm glad I could be here for you. I knew you and a couple other people had said that they were looking forward to the stream today, and I didn't want to just not have the stream, you know? So okay. Toto, it's funny, so Toto is my main character. His name is Toto Lists, but his last name is Lysts. And the idea is he is of mixed heritage. Of his father was black, his mother is Japanese, and the joke is that whenever he was born, his dad was like, "Listen, you gotta trust me, honey. I've wanted this my whole life. I want to name my son. I want to name our son Toto, as in to-do lists, because to-do lists. My last name is Lists. I have just always wanted to have a kid named To-do List." But believe it or not, Toto is an actual Japanese name, and it means eternal or everlasting. So I just thought it'd be really funny, this interaction of like Toto's dad being like, "You gotta trust me, honey," and Toto's mom just being like, "Well, I mean, Toto's a name. I have relatives named Toto." And so, so he has that pun, and it kind of defines his like cheery personality, right? And this positive outlook he has, even though he's like a lot of my protagonists, he's an adult, he's a father, he is middle-aged and trying to figure out what it means to have passions and dreams as a middle-aged person, right? And his name means eternal or everlasting, and what that reference is his cards have the effect that they can be played from the graveyard. So he has, his whole thing is he uses giant robots, because of course he does. And like, it wouldn't be my protagonist if there wasn't mechs in there somewhere. His deck is giant robots. And the effect that they have is that they can reassemble themselves, and they are eternal justice. But for balance purposes, after they revive themselves once, after you play them from the graveyard one time, if they're destroyed, they spin back to the bottom of the deck. So he can't just, like, because that would just be really boring if like every turn he's just like, "I use my play a card to play this card from my graveyard. You destroy it. I just play it back next turn. You destroy it. I just play it back next turn." Like, I just felt like that wouldn't be a really compelling thing. So I thought for a limitation, it would be cool if it was like, if it's destroyed a second time, it spins back to the graveyard. So that's Toto. His son, Yeah. So all of his warriors are giant robots, and in the rules, there's this thing where you possess your champion, where you can possess one of your warriors and have it become elevated to become your champion. And if it's your champion, then whenever it attacks, you draw a card. And well, one time, because you can't gain that effect multiple times. So even if you attack multiple turns, you're not going to be drawing multiple times. And for the first battle, it's strengthened. The first battle, each turn, your champion is stronger than normal. But then it becomes exhausted, and for any other battles in that turn, it's weaker than normal. So on your turn, most of the time, your champion's only going to be attacking one time. So that means your champion's going to hit really hard. But it means that double attack and things where your champion's attacking multiple times, you have to be prepared for it attacking weaker for the second attack. And that also means for defending, things are going to be very different with how it defends, where for the first defense, it's going to be stronger, but then for the second and third or whatever, however many attacks are happening at your champion, it's going to be weaker. And there's all these rules and stuff. I may actually like release the rules for people to be like, these are the rules of the game. And see what people come up with. I know I talked to one person earlier and he was like, I have so many ideas. I want to start building decks in this setting. And I was like, go for it. I'm using the perfect draw card creation rules. That's like the only thing that's purely perfect draw that I've left in is the card creation rules. A lot of the rules about gameplay itself has changed. That I've changed myself. And that's just because I haven't been able to develop my own card creation rules. I'm not very good at card balancing things. So I told my friend, I was like, yeah, go for it. Build decks. Anyway, his son, Arkin. Arkin is a Norse name. Oh yeah, Toto, as I mentioned before, is a Japanese name. Arkin is a Norse name that means eternal king's son. So I was like, okay, I want to play against type here. And I want to be kind of like, because the default would be to have, because he has a son and a daughter, right? And the default would be, in card game anime at least, you have the son play some kind of like a boy-themed deck of like superheroes or giant robots or wrestlers or something, right? And then have the girl play some kind of like a cutesy mermaid magical girl deck, right? But I was like, I wanted to play against type. So the son is an otaku, weeb, neat. He's 19 years old, but he still lives at home. And his whole thing is he plays a magical girl idol deck, where his deck is based around these princesses who turn into magical girl idols that fight evil with music and love. And that deck's whole thing is it builds up this resource called idol points. And then it spends those idol points to pay for devastatingly powerful effects. And to make these big power plays with these idol points. Yeah, it's fun, right? So Arkin is this, and so Eternal King's son plays the princesses, right? And I was like, okay, so if Arkin is a Norse name, well, okay, so let's say the wife is Norse. The wife is some kind of like Scandinavian, right? So I was like, what kind of thing? And I'm like, I want the I want the wife to be the one person who's not playing card games. I want the wife to be the one person who's not playing card games. And I was like, so I want the wife to be the one that's like the busy, productive one who's like out of the house often. So I was like, what if I go with Brunhild for the wife? Wife is adult. She has 2 adult children named Brunhild, which is Norse for armed for battle, refers to a legend. So then what if the idea is the wife is in the military, whether like Air Force or Army, something in the military, and is deployed overseas. So you only, for the first part, for first part of the story, if I make this into like a novel, will interact with the wife through like the odd conversation here and there, like a phone call, letter, some kind of like correspondence, right? And then I want it to be this thing where like she comes back, she gets like some time off or something, some shore leave or whatever, and she comes back partway through the story, and the main characters, because it's a card game story, right? It's a card game story, which means everything is going to spiral out of control and go all kinds of save the world with the card games, right? And so I want it to be the thing where like the wife comes home and then finds out that her family has gotten caught up in this save the world kind of stuff. And like, I have this idea that like these bad guys, so basically there's this card game, this company developed these essentially dual discs. There are these skirmish bracers, these things that slap onto your wrist that open up into a playing field for you to play your cards that projects hard light holograms of the cards, right? And the card effects. But there's normally these really intense safeties to make sure the holograms don't harm anybody. And the bracers are like this intense mystery where like nobody's been able to figure out how all this tech works, right? But this evil organization, Team Booster, totally not Team Rocket, has discovered a way to remove those safeties so that way the cards can be used outside of combat and can be used to commit various crimes. And whenever you're possessing your champion, you're inside the hard light hologram. And because the safety's been removed, the hard light holograms are like impervious to all outside attacks and conventional weaponry. So like the police and stuff can't do anything against these criminals using these bracers. So they put together the Champion Force, which is this group of players, because the game is called Arise Champions. They put together this group of these players that are all over 18 because they don't want to deputize kids. That they have recruited that are good at this game, that they believe are trustworthy and reliable, and they give them some of these modded bracers to go out and fight the criminals in order and try to uncover this like unfolding mystery. And I want there to be this, there are 2 scenes I want to have. One, I want to have one thing where like they come home and they see that she's home and they're really embarrassed because they didn't want to worry her. So they didn't tell her, hey, we're fighting crime now. Hey, we're helping the police with stopping these criminals and stuff, right? And they were really worried that she'd be mad that they didn't tell her, right? And that she'd be really worried or upset or something. And so they tell her and they're like waiting for her to react, right? And then she's just like, okay, well, I don't like that you didn't tell me, but like, I'm in the military. I understand the concept of civic duty. I understand the concept of serving your community. And I just thought that would make a very cute scene of her just being understanding. She doesn't understand the card games, but she understands the concept of wanting to help other people. And then there was another scene that I want to write in somewhere in the story, somewhere later on down the line, where like stuff has gone sideways. They're not even holograms anymore. The creatures have become alive and are running amok, and there's monsters in the streets, and there's all kinds of stuff. And there's some kind of chaos. And in order to stop it, the main characters have to battle this one like godlike figure that's like way off in the distance. Yes! Coming home and your whole family is fighting crime with a card game. And I want there to be some scene where like everything's running amok and they have to battle this like godlike figure to stop it. And there are all of these warriors and monsters and creatures everywhere that like are between them and the person they have to battle, and they're like, there's no way we can get through all of them to get to him. What do we do? And then like Brunhild just like pulls up in a Humvee and is like, get in, and proceeds to do like tactical driving and barreling through things in order to like swerve around and weave and through and like do things in a Humvee that you shouldn't even do in a motorcycle, and like just show the fact that like her like military training of like being a vehicular specialist or whatever, and like she like is like, I may not be able to win this battle, but I can get you there. Mhm. But yeah, so that was that. That's where I got Brunhild and my ideas for her, and having her be the one with like the military tactics, right? And then there's the daughter, because it's gonna be an all-American family, gotta have the son and the daughter, right? And exactly, Violet. It's the whole thing where like she's just like, because like that whole thing of like she's in the military, she understands the concept of sacrificing, making sacrifices for your community to protect what you love, right? And then the daughter is 18, a senior in high school, and her name is Alexis. And that name comes from the Greek name Alexander, which means defender of men. So I thought it would be really cool if this deck was, well, first off, if I have her be whereas her brother's like an otaku weeaboo who's obsessed with Japanese media, have Alexis be that fan of Western comics and music, the all-American kid who like maybe has a sports or academic scholarship for college and a bright future. This kid who's like she's very bright and very capable, and have her deck, because she likes superheroes, right? Have her deck be based on different comic book superheroes like Marvel and DC heroes, and use the fuse keyword to fuse them with different weapons in order to like gain different abilities, in order to have the heroes and their iconic weapons, and then fuse them together in order to make powerful combinations. So those are my main characters of the lists family, right? And in the scene I'm writing today, I wanted to write the kind of like first chaptery scene that deals with Toto building his deck and having his test game where he learns to play, and he's playing against his son Arkin. Yeah, and I have planned out 2 rival characters that aren't a member of their lives, that are kind of going to be other characters that might be like other members of the Champion Force, or kind of like comic relief kind of characters, kind of like Bulk and Skull type of characters, like Rex and Weevil type characters, if you remember Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist Kingdom. And the first one of the rivals is Drago, spelled Draggo, but that's not his real name. His real name is Taiyan, Taiyan, and his real name means simple and sweet boy in Arabic, but he chose Drago because it sounds cool and intense and hard like dragon, and he plays a dragon deck. He plays a dragon deck that is all about attacking multiple times with lots of destruction effects in order to clear his opponent's board. But it's this thing where like he tries to pretend that he's hardcore and intense. He's got like bleached blonde hair and all this stuff. But like reality, underneath that like rough exterior, that rough facade, he's just a really sweet and kind boy who's just like trying to seem really cool because he doesn't want to be lame. And then, so that's Drago. And the thing is, Drago is a regional champion. He has won the regional championships multiple years in a row, but he always loses whenever he goes to the national events. So he goes to the national events and he gets washed early in the national events. And then the other rival I've planned is going to be Bugsicle. Her real name is Kara. Real name means friend in Irish. Chose the name Bugsicle because she likes bugs. She usually makes top 8 in regional events, but has never won and made it to nationals. Her deck uses bugs with ice powers to freeze her enemy warriors and items, making them unable to attack, defend, or use their effects for a limited time. Then she attacks with a wave of small warriors while her enemy is frozen in place. She has special cards that let multiple warriors occupy the same warrior zones. So this idea that like she's really friendly and like she likes having friends and being social, but she wants to seem cool. So she puts on this exterior of like being ice cold. Um, but I really thought that having those is kind of like other characters that like they're good at the game, but like they're really silly characters. You know what I mean? I thought it could be fun to have kind of a Rex and Weevil kind of bit where like these characters are good at the game, but they kind of get to be like Worfs, where like you see them lose in order to prove how dangerous other people are. So yeah. So I had to have this scene where like Arkin's like, yeah, it can be, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. I'll send you some tutorial videos to go over combo chains. And as soon as Arkin says that, he realizes what he said. Toto gets a big grin and without looking away from the road, raises his right hand, gesturing with his pointer finger before saying, I will put that on my Toto list. That is my list of things to do. Alright. Am I misspelling keychain? Hold on. Or is my no, that's how you spell keychain. My open office is just cooked. All right, Violet, I'll be here. And if I don't see you, I want you to know that I'm glad that you came. You definitely made my day, Violet. Having you here made this stream so much more fun. All right. Hello, Goldfish. How are you doing? Originally, I was going to do a D&D stream today, but two of my players weren't feeling well, so I decided to turn it into a writing stream. I don't normally do streams on Tuesdays, but I just thought I'd give it a shot, so... I haven't even gotten to the battle yet because I wanted to set the scene, and I've just been like, it's kind of cringe. I kind of did that thing you see in a lot of like fan fiction where like you stop the story to describe how someone looks. Um, but I just got the first little bit done. They're on, I wanted to do, I picked up with them introducing the characters as they're leaving the house, and I've been writing this conversation they've been having, trying to characterize them as they're on the drive to the card shop. And now I'm going to have the part with the introduction where where he gets the tags, he makes the deck, and then I'm going to jump from that into the test battle. Oh, that's cool, Goldfish. I'm so glad. I'm glad that I could inspire you to try some stuff. I always enjoy helping other people work on other projects. So I would love to see what you're working on, Goldfish. Do-do-do-do. Five starter sets, themed on dragons, knights. Ooh, I gotta name the shop owner. What's gonna be the name of the card shop owner? What's a good name for a card shop owner? What's a good name? Meaning, card shop owners I see are usually like guys, so I want to go with maybe a girl name. Ooh, that's a cool name. Cool, I got a name. Damica. It's French for open-spirited or friendly. Let me put, Put that in my notes. What should be the name of the card shop? It can be a process. I just look for like what I'm looking for and see what names jump out to me. Google is my friend. I'm gonna have a really tongue-in-cheek name for the card shop. I'm gonna call the card shop the Youth Gambling Lounge. Because that's what trading card games are. It's youth gambling. Ooh. Ooh, goldfish. Gotcha Den. Oh my gosh, is that an actual name? Because if that's not, I'm yoinking that. Hold on, is that an actual name? This is why I love doing this stuff on stream, because you won't think of stuff that I would have never thought of. You're right, and that came out so well. Thank you, Goldfish. I hope you don't mind if I use it. Hmm. Okay. What should be the name of the zombie player? The zombie player who's like not even really good. Um Uh, some of these name meaning sites give some really silly things. Ooh. I think I found one. Gonna go with Perdita. It's a Latin girl's name that means lost. Lost, ruin, or decay. Lost or abandoned. Okay. Okay. What does deacon mean? Messenger, helper. That's not quite what I'm looking for. There's like zombies in the area. Okay. In a starter set. One second. I just caught a cockroach. I have to go wash my hands. I will be right back. You know what's funny? Like, because whatchamacallit, size 2 warriors have 0 effect points, I'm imagining there could be like some kids who just like crank out the cheapest, like the cheapest thing they can get with like common or thrown out effect tags that other people don't want. And then like have all their warriors just be really big, beefy warriors, and they have really generic effects. That would be really interesting. Just to like have an opponent that's just like no effect, big, beefy warriors, generic spells, generic incantations, and generic items. I think would be a really interesting challenge, because then you're trying to beat over the strength of their warriors. Or like really like simplistic effects, if they have effects on the warriors at all. That actually reminds me of something. Hold on. That reminds me, I was looking at... Could do something like that. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. You could do a thing where... Actually, I got distracted. It's coming up on 7 p.m. I probably need to wind down. I haven't even gotten to the battle yet. I want to at least get to the start of the battle. Ugh. How consistent is 1 damage? Let me see. Well, let's focus. Focus. I gotta focus, chat. Yeah, gotta lock in, goldfish. Hello, Angel in Darkness. Oh, you said no sound? Why? Is there a problem with the sound? Can you not hear me? Hold on. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna be finishing up here in a little bit because I have Lancer tonight, and it's funny because I just got it. So I guess it's a good thing I have the captions, even though the captions are kind of silly sometimes. I guess it's better than nothing, right? It's going all right. It's funny. So today I originally intended to be doing a D&D stream, and like I was a little worried about how the D&D stream was going to come together because I have been kind of locked in on this writing thing where this idea has grabbed a hold of my head and not let go about writing a story that's like kind of a Yu-Gi-Oh type story or Vanguard or Buddy Fight, where it's like characters are playing a card game in this world and stuff is going like crazy. And I spent the last few days like designing the rules for a card game. I don't know, designing might be too strong of a word. I was adapting the rules of a card game. There's this role-playing game called Perfect Draw that is a TTRPG where you play as though you're playing through a card game anime. And it has these very generic, simplistic rules for its combat that are kind of supposed to mimic or an abstraction of a card game. So I just looked at those generic rules and I said, what if I took these generic, simplified rules and I complicated them a little bit? What if I took these rules and redesigned them into actually being a card game? And I think it came out pretty well. And then it's just been about, like, I spent last stream outlining a card game battle using those rules. And then here I was intending, whenever my D&D players canceled because they weren't feeling well. So originally I was like, I'm going to write the battle scene. But then I'm like, I can't just write a battle scene. I have to write the lead up into the battle scene, right? Because it's not going to feel like right. I'm not going to be able to get in the zone in my head if I don't know what's going on. So I started writing what I guess is like the first chapter of this story. And I have just been doing this for like the last couple hours of writing, and I haven't even gotten to the battle yet because I've just been doing all of the other stuff and introducing the characters and the world and world building and all of this stuff, and I haven't even gotten to the battle yet. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm terrible, chat. I've written 1,500 words and I haven't even gotten to the battle yet. Oh my gosh, that sounds so intense, Angel in Darkness. Mm-hmm. Ooh, who's this gonna be? I want this to be some like champion player. I just had a thought. What if there's like some like Yugi player that's like when Yugi gave didn't Yugi give what's his name the Karibo, the winged Karibo card? So introduce some kind of like a champion player that gives the main character a thing. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, DX Kid. Yeah, I didn't watch DX, but I've read about it on Wikipedia, which sounds so terrible on like the fandom stuff. But I've only seen like little bits and clips of stuff. Here we go. What have we got here? Wow, sorry about that. Woo! I kicked my butt. Gonna name him Nolan. He's gonna be some kind of a champion. It can also mean descendant of a chariot fighter, which I think is really funny because if you refer to like the chariot as the mech, then like it's like someone who's a descendant of a mech pilot, right? Or like a vehicular pilot. So I'm imagining this as being some like visiting champion that's just like, oh, you like mechs. I like mechs too. So then there's some like mysterious champion that like is plays a giant robot themed deck. And so the gimmick is that you can make your deck any kind of descriptor possible. The entire gimmick of this is that when you buy packs, you get these little plastic tags that have a little microchip on them, that the tag has an effect printed on it, and the chip just confirms that the tag is real and that the effect is legitimate. And then you go to participating stores at their card shops, and they have a card creator machine, and you insert combinations of tags, excuse me, and you use the terminal to tell the computer how you want the effects to link together to work. And a general description, you choose generic art from the art library from artists they've commissioned, and you put together this generic, you put together this card. And then when you create the card, the tags are then broken down, and the material of the tags, the microchip, the plastic, all that stuff is used to create a card that has that effect, that is now a one-of-a-kind unique card with this custom effect. Well, it's supposed to be one-of-a-kind unique, but I'm imagining there's like, whenever someone wins a championship with a specific deck type, I'm imagining there's going to be like tons of people that like are buying the same packs, trying to get the exact effect combinations and calling them the exact same thing. So there's like 50 Dragonic Overlords, right? And that's why it's so important to get your own custom artwork. Hey, country girl, I am just getting ready to finish up, actually. I haven't even gotten to the battle scene. I have been writing the lead up. I've been writing the lead up to the battle scene, and I have like, I've been cooking, country girl. I have been cooking. I have been on this whole lead up to the battle scene, and I just haven't even got there because I've just been in the flow, introducing the characters, building the world, characterizing stuff and explaining stuff, and you know what it's like, country, like, you know what I mean? It's like when you get in the moment, you know? Okay. Ba 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 ba. I'll say he's got like blue hair. No. Wang. We'll go with Wang means king or prince. That fits what I'm looking for. And it's the most common, most popular last name for Chinese. Okay, that's funny. Okay, king. Okay. Okay, let me put this in there. Oh my gosh. I need to end soon because I have Lancer soon. Oh. Ah, I wrote a first chapter. Chat, I'm cooked. I wrote the first chapter, which I was shooting for 2,000 words, and then I'll have the second chapter be the actual fight. Chat, what am I doing? Chat, what am I doing? It is coming up at 7:30. I need to stop because I have to get ready for Lancer tonight. I didn't even get to the battle. I wrote an entire chapter leading up to it. I ended the chapter where I wanted. And it's funny, so when I do these projects, I like the chapters to be, I have like a word count that I shoot for. And I wasn't so much doing that here as much as I was just trying to get to the story. And I looked and it's like, and it's really funny because like, I guess I've gotten so instinctively used to fitting in certain word counts. I had just been going along and then I checked my word count and the word count, chat, the word count was 2006 words. And I'm like, oh, I did a chapter. I did a chapter, chat. I did a chapter. Law. Thank you, Angel in Darkness. I gotta save my work. I gotta save my work. I was debating doing this for novel writing month, but I guess I've already started it. uh uh Okay. Okay, let's... Oh my gosh. Alright. Well, chat, that was something. That was something. Had a decent amount of people come through, which was nice. And I think that was fun. Let's wind down. It is 7:30. I have been at this for 4 hours, chat. I didn't even think I was gonna make it like an hour. I almost dropped this like an hour in because I was feeling so tired, but now I'm awake. I'm wide awake, chat. I'm energized. Anyway. For those of you who don't know, I like to speak positivity and love and joy into the lives of my viewers. If people seem to like this, I might do more Tuesday streams, depending on how my schedule looks. We'll see what stuff happens in the future. First, I want to shout out the people who were active in chat today. We had Country Girl, we had LeMay, we had Van, we had Captain Kraken, we have Violet, we had Angel in Darkness, we had Goldfish, and I will say to all of you who are active in chat, thank you for being active. I appreciate you. You gave me stuff to talk to and react to, and it helps out a lot. And I appreciate all of you. And I will say to words. To anyone who watched the stream and didn't say anything in chat, I know there were a number of you. I appreciate your viewership. I appreciate your time, your energy, your attention. I appreciate you coming through. It helps me with getting my content in front of more people. To anyone who watches this VOD, I appreciate your views as you help the channel grow. And you help me reach new milestones, and I appreciate all of you. And I'm grateful to you all. I hope that you all have a wonderful day. I believe that you are valuable, worthy of love, deserving of happiness and good things. You matter. You are precious, important treasures of human beings. You are valuable, and you make this world a better place by living in it in your own unique way, with your own unlimited potential. Thank you all for coming. Always remember the Star Hunter motto. Shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. One thing I ask is if you're watching on YouTube to like the stream. It helps the algorithm with getting it out in front of more people. And if you have any friends or neighbors or coworkers, aunts, uncles, relatives, arch nemesis, enemy, bitter rival, friends to lovers, lovers to enemies, anyone you think might enjoy my content, feel free to show them my content and invite them to the next stream. Next stream is going to be Friday at the usual time, 8:30 p.m. EST. Also, as a reminder, not this Friday, but next week Friday is going to be the first Friday of October, and I'm going to be having my raft stream, where I'm not going to be on there. I'm going to be on Hero Girl stream, which is going to be starting earlier, and then my stream is going to be starting later. So look forward to that. But that is, again, not this Friday. That is next week Friday. And thank you all for coming. If you want to keep up with what I'm doing, you can follow me on YouTube. You can subscribe on YouTube, ding the notification bell, follow me on Twitch, X, Blue Sky, or Twitter. And I realized I said X and Twitter like two different things, but you know, whatever. You can like my Facebook page. You can join my Discord server. Links to all of those are in the description down below in YouTube and the About page on Twitch. I definitely look forward to seeing you all there and keeping up with all of you and all of your adventures, and having you along on this adventure with me. I will say to I'm tired. I need to take a nap, chat. I need to take a nap. I'm so cooked. One last thing. You do not have to give money to be here. I do not expect people to pay to be welcome. I value your time, your attention, and your energy. I value you as members of this community, whether you donate or not. But with that said, I do appreciate the people who have donated to make things possible for me in the past. I appreciate all of your effort and your concern and your help. If you ever feel motivated to donate to help me out with any number of things, and it is financially safe and responsible for you to do so, there are links where you can do so in the description down below on YouTube and the donate button on Twitch. On YouTube, there's a link to PayPal where you can do a one-time donation, and there's a link to Ko-fi where you can do either a one-time donation or a monthly donation. And if you're gonna do a one-time donation, I prefer you do PayPal. I get to keep more of the money. There's no rewards for monthly donations right now, but it's more of just if you say there's a positive way, it's more of if you just say there is a tangible way you want to say that you appreciate my content. And I do appreciate all of the help that I get from that. And the donate button on YouTube takes you to Ko-fi, where you can then do one-time, where you can again do one-time donation or monthly donation. Thank you all for coming. Next stream is going to be Friday, 8:30 p.m. EST. We'll see what I'm doing. We'll see where my head's at. I wanted to finish my current novel before Novel Writer Month started, but who knows right now? Who knows where we're going, chat? Who knows? Anyway, have a good night, everybody.